Hello. 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 I'm not entirely sure if I like this music. Maybe let's do this one instead. Or wait, no, go back. Winter synth. That sounds like the vibe. Sunny day here in Bali, and I want some winter synth. Anyways, good to be back. As you may have noticed, I've actually set a schedule for this week. So after two weeks of general experimentation with different time slots and what was working for me and what felt good in terms of streaming, it seems like afternoon is the vibe right now. I tried to do like a 6 a.m. stream and that was pretty quiet. And yeah, so I'm going to move ahead on just Monday to Friday, just hanging out in the afternoon. I think that's a good split that lets me do sort of a morning for more like boring, administrative, getting things set up kind of work, and then hopefully do some of the more interesting stuff in the afternoon with you guys. So that's where I'm going to try to go and see what happens. I do feel this temptation to do some streaming in the morning a little bit, like early morning, like 2 a.m., which is where like my Twitch analytics says I should be streaming. So I might try to do a couple streams in there just to try to dovetail and catch sort of the tail end of some of the bigger game development streamers. But we'll see. We'll see. I think that's still not the most relevant thing for me yet. But yeah, today I am going to be doing just a bit of project management. I'm trying to stick to every Monday. I just pop into the Jira board, just do a bit of culling of tasks, enjoy celebrating, moving over a couple of those tasks that got finished last week, and just making sure my to-do list is still like relevant. It's still moving towards a milestone deliverable for Steam Next Fest, which is Demo Fest. I'm trying to have something together for in about basically a month today. I've got to be ready to go with the demo, more or less. Just taking a quick peek at my stream analytics. I'm having a really hard time with Twitch right now because everything seems to be saying the stream is stable, but I still get unstable stream warnings once in a while. Not sure what that's about. If the stream is a bit rough, I mean, let me know. I can do some bitrate adjustments and things, but watching the VOD playback seems fine to me, but maybe the live experience is a little different. So, yeah, today I'm just going to be looking at some of the the tile rotation tool. So if you've been watching recently, I've been working on, the elevation tool, the thing that lets you move the tile up and down, and move tool. And just a lot of like bug hunting and refinement and just making sure that feels good. There's still some visual stuff I'm probably going to come back to in a couple of weeks, but right now I'm purely just resisting the urge to iterate the visuals and focus on getting a bunch of functionality stacked up so that I can start putting art back in the game. I've been holding off on putting art in the game, or at least bringing back all the art that I had earlier that you can like see in these screenshots, just because I've been reworking how tiles fundamentally work. So I wanted to at least have a sense of how that was going to operate before I add art in. Because if I change something, then I have to go through each piece of art and add new components, change data, all that stuff. So I'm trying to eliminate the tedious work until I have just the gray box tiles working, and take it from there. But today I think I might be working on putting back in some of the art stuff, which in the form of tiles, antenna. Like when you build a tile, it'll randomly spawn various antenna and wires on top. There's definitely some ways. Like the way I was doing it before was very simple. It was just like, here's a bunch of positions for it and randomly generate from that. I'm debating changing that because it was creating a lot of overlapping uh, pieces of art, and I've been trying to think of a more structured way to do that, just so like little air conditioning units don't overlap with antennas. But it is kind of a minor detail, but I would like to determine a better way to do that. So with that, I'm gonna go in and just start cleaning up some Jira stuff. I've actually been just prepping a bit of a to-do list today, so we can actually split view like this and take it from there. Okay, so that elevation tool is done. The grid snapping button is done. There are some bugs with grid snapping that I need to look at. I think I've got a good understanding in my head of why that's not working properly. So let's say that's done. Design, I have to do a standardized toggle. I think I'm going to save that. I might push that down into the backlog. Wishlist build script, I think that's coming later. All the foundation is there for me to build a demo version and build a regular version of the game. It's a simple script define, and I just need to I actually need to finally set up my build menu options just for automating builds. I've already got like Steam deployment scripts and everything in there, but I'd like to do a bit of automating as we head towards demo release. Next Fest demo constraints. This is actually something I need to check in. I have a marketing friend who... actually, sorry, speaking of which, before I forget, I just need to hit up Twitter quickly. I'm trying to get better at promoting when I start the stream, because I usually hit start and completely forget. So I'm going to try and do that right now. Over here. Let's see. Beautiful day in Bali. Let's stay inside, listen to ambient music, and do some game dev. Sounds about right. All right. Done. And that should be fine. Oh, actually, I want to just put this back over here. Okay, so designing the Next Fest demo. So this is kind of an interesting problem that I'm wrestling with this game, because it is, I don't know, the game is more of a toy. It is very much in the spirit of like Townscaper. And it is sort of designed for like a 20-minute play session, a 20 to 30-minute play session, which is also kind of the same play session for like a demo, a Steam demo. So I'm trying to figure out what the constraints are going to be, because I'm worried that a lot of people will play the demo and they'll kind of like get their fix for this kind of thing and never have that buying impulse to it. Like, oh, I'll just get that from the demo. And part of that is just going to be like pricing. Like the pricing of Dystopika is probably going to be pretty low, like in line with like a Townscaper. Well, I lost my train of thought. And yeah, I'm just trying to figure out ways to limit the demo. So like, do I time constrain it like 10 minutes? I'm probably gonna remove like saving and loading, which is great because that's a feature I need to tweak a little bit now that I've been changing a lot of data structures. And that's going to be just a lot of QA on that. So yeah, I'm probably going to remove saving and loading. Or if not, I may just remove loading so that you can bring your city over. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the constraints are going to be yet. So it's something I'm thinking about. Decide all the building types. Yeah, so I just need to make my final art list. So I've got a bunch of art to put back in. I'd like to do some new buildings. And I just need to decide what how much content I need to aim for in Dystopika, the demo. Save file images are JPEGs, where screenshots are PNGs. Yeah, this is just part of the save and loading system. I have to go back and basically I switched the wait, save file images or JPEG. I think just I can't remember what I did, but I can't remember which way it was, but I went back and just changed whenever you save a screenshot. I think I changed it to JPEG instead of PNG. So now that's just broken a lot of past stuff. Like the save system is still trying to do the one that I'm not using, which is not good. And enable edge panning needs to go into the menu because I don't like edge panning, but some people might. So I may make it default off, but I prefer WASD panning. Some of this is probably going to go down the into the backlog. So what is done? I've added the grid snapping button. It's placeholder art, but it's there. It's working. Added the elevation tool. That ended up being a massive task, but it feels really good, and I'm really happy with it. It's all come together really nicely. I've added the wishlist button, so there is a demo build flag that will surface that now. Refactor the grid cursor state machines. That's all good. There's some quirks in there, but overall way easier to add new tools than it used to be. Connect tiles to the underlying density and ground plane structures. That's done. Awesome. When clicking tile, it jumps to position. I think that's fixed now. The symmetrical RNG, like, that's fixed. So yeah, I think this is good. I can probably go and clear my done issues, and let's jump into the backlog and do a bit of work here. So what do I want? Okay, so standardized toggle, that's coming down the backlog. That's coming down the backlog. I'm not going to do that this week. I do need to decide the next, or I need to decide the next fest demo constraints. That's becoming really important. Like I need to know all of that soon. So I'm going to leave that in, which probably will be tied to deciding the building types. I'll leave the save images thing. Edge panning. I need to do a refactor of the settings menu anyway. I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to move that into the backlog. Delete tool, I can actually move that in and move this to done because I did that on Saturday. Zone selection UI, not done. I'm actually currently working on this. The design, I solicited some feedback from the Discord community today. I have a couple of different approaches in mind for this, and they sort of run a spectrum of like fully generative and random to precise control. I think it's probably going to end up in the middle somewhere. I'm just not sure where. So if you do have thoughts on what, like if you wanted a tool to, okay, I want to start placing billboards and like big like holographic 3D billboards and things, would you want that to be something that automatically generates as you build the city? Or do you want to like drag it in like, oh, I want to build this billboard here and this billboard here? So that I'm hoping to get some answers to over in the Discord. And yeah, I'm eager to see that. What do we got here? So import images from a file. So that's another thing that I may get into the into the next fest demo, which is being able to import images from a folder next to the application so people can do some light modding. I think that would be really cool to put in the Steam Next Fest demo, even if it's not like super broadly advertised. Like I kind of like that as like an Easter egg. Like, oh, if you go and like inside the Holo ads folder and add PNGs of this size, it will put them in the game. Which might actually be a part of our streamer outreach when we promote this leading up to Next Fest. Make a decision around tile collision. I mean, I think I've kind of just said I don't care for now, but I think I need more information. So what this is right now, when you put a tile in the game, it you can sort of create tiles that overlap, and if you start moving them, you can make them overlap. And I don't know, like, I basically what I'm trying to decide is if the collision, like if I make a tile, like if I put two tiles next to each other and I pull one of them up so that building is going to get wider, what happens to the building next to it? Does it stay even though the geometry may potentially like cover it, or does it get pushed aside, in which case I need to, I mean, it could, then it opens up all kinds of edge cases. Like if it gets pushed aside, what if there's another building next to it and there's nowhere to go? Like, does it do a full like physics rigid body thing? I think the best way to do this is just ignore it. Just ignore this problem and let users decide what they want to do there. I think that's all I can really do. Or does it destroy it? I don't know. Maybe destroying would be the easiest. Actually, I kind of like destroying it. But anyways, that's a problem for another time. Import images, reviewing license agreements. That's going to be closer to the demo release. I just want to make sure the credits have all the things that they're supposed to have, and just sanity check the licensing for fonts and images and stuff like that. And yeah, add licenses to the credit screen. New vertical holographics. That's probably coming up with the design. UI consistency. Some kind of introduction on new city creation. Could be cool. External links, hover effects, load screen, UX fine tuning. Yeah, so there's some stuff I need to add here, especially for this week. So this week we're going to tile rotation tool. So this is something I've been thinking about for a while. It was in the prototype that I built. So if you, whoops. Where is that? I think it's on my desktop. Yeah, so in this prototype that I built of the new tile building modality, so the elevation stuff is in, but in this prototype, I was using mouse wheel to rotate these. It didn't feel great. It was kind of just like a proof of concept. And I think I would rather have it like a click and hold in the same way you do the move. I think I would rather do it that way, because the mouse wheel, like if I use the mouse wheel, that means when you're in the rotation state, it means you can't zoom the camera in and out, because that is done with the mouse wheel. And I just think it would be better if it was, you have more granular control over it. The other question I was kind of mulling is, do buildings rotate? Do buildings have a random rotation? So when you place a tile, does it randomly shift it? I think yes, at least in 90-degree increments. Otherwise, like, every tile is going to be facing the same way, and I think, yeah, it'll just have some random rotation at the start, and then it will allow for players to rotate it. And this all sort of creates a big problem, which is I just need to go and implement rotations everywhere. And I remember I did a lot of like move this transform and just use quaternion identity, like a default rotation. It's gonna be going through a lot of scripts and just looking for quaternion identities to figure out where rotations are not coming from or are coming from, and all that fun stuff. So yeah, getting back to that, that's probably going to be what I do today. It's just getting the rotation tool up and running. Again, just trying to get all these input tools set up so I know how to set up a tile, and then I can start bringing all the art back into the game. And that should be a lot of fun. And then it's great though, because like all the underlying data of a tile will be sorted out, which will make fixing, saving, and loading later on a breeze. They just have to adjust the tile serialization class. Okay, so back to here. Tile rotation tool. Let's just do all these and assign to me. So yeah, I'm tracking this all in Jira because I like Jira. Like, this is a solo project. This is probably overkill, but I like a simple Jira workflow. It's better than to-do lists for me. I enjoy thinking in terms of like backlog and like my week, and I like moving cards across. And I don't know, I like Jira. A lot of programmers don't, but I don't think it's because of the product itself. I think it's the implementation into the workflow of teams that they've worked on. Okay, so where did that go? Tile rotation tool. Yeah, I should be creating issues in tile rotation tool. Proc bit generator. Ooh, and I need to add an epic to this. My internet's being a little slow today, so I really hope the stream is doing all right. Let me just take a look there. Yeah, I really don't understand why it's telling me that the stream is unstable on Twitch. Like, one tool says it's fine, the other says it's broken. I don't know what it's like on YouTube, but yeah. Okay, epic. Yeah, if it's a problem, let me know and I can maybe adjust some bit rates and things. Okay, so the proc bit generator. So this is bringing back something that was in the heavily tiled version of the game, and it raises some interesting questions. So proc bits are things like antennas, and those are randomly generated, and like air conditioning units and like helipads and all those things. The problem with the way they were implemented before is they were just like random spawn points. They weren't intelligent in any way, so you could have situations where like a helipad, which is kind of big, would spawn like intersecting with an antenna, which maybe is fine. Maybe I'm overthinking that, but it would be nice to make it a bit smarter. I'm not entirely sure how to do that yet. Apart from just like something dumb like oh, this is gonna be spawning too close to something that already exists, so just ignore that kind of thing. Yeah, not sure how I'm gonna handle that yet, but that is something I'm gonna be doing this week, and that actually opens up a lot of other interesting problems. And I'm gonna add a bug here for snap visualizations. That might be a quick bug I hammer out today just to get started. Yeah, let's kill that. So that's just there's a visualization of the grid when you're in snap mode, and that's breaking in certain tools. I think I have a good understanding why, which is probably it's a good first task to take on today. Get rid of this. And I've got just an admin thing I'd like to do, which is add information or add live stream announcement to or live stream announcement. Yeah, live stream announcement to Steam. I just want to do a bit more to promote what I'm doing here. And I think that's Jira cleanup. I think I just need to add settings, screen layout, refactor, and that is going to be in the demo. That's coming up soon. There's a bunch of art integration things that I need to do. Oh, actually, great issue. I need to add actual buildings buildings to elevation config. just because once I get rid of the gray boxes, I can start doing marketing images again, which would be nice. And I also need to, oh shoot, what was that? I was about to add something here, and I forgot what it was. Actual buildings. It'll come back to me. Maybe it was an administrative thing. Oh, XML tile config to groups. This one's a bit hard to explain, but right now the tiles are just one group of configs, so it randomly chooses a tile based on the elevation. And I think what I want is actually to have, like, I want these to be sets, and it chooses randomly from the sets, just because I'm worried that it'll just be like a little crazy. Like, you sort of drag it up and then a building will turn into something completely different, where I want them to have some sort of thematic continuity, like little police station, medium-sized police station, large police station, rather than like little hospital, medium-sized police station, big fire station. Like, that's not the kind of buildings I have, but just as an illustration. So I kind of want to group them into themes, just so when you use the elevation tool, you don't get like radically different themes and visual styles for the building. There should be some sort of continuity, which, you know, I just thought of some funny edge cases that might come up once you start adding other things to the buildings. But okay, so I think this makes sense for the week. I'm designing the HoloAd tool that's coming from Discord over the next little while. So yeah, if you want to have input on various design things on the game, feel free to jump in the Discord. The link should be below in Twitch. And yeah, I'm very excited about getting people's feedback on how that tool should work. So snap visualizations is going to be my opener for today. Let's just clean this list entirely, and let's jump in. So tracking down this snapping tool. Oh, wait, I forgot one thing. And I don't think this is this week, but it's coming up soon. Refactor of toolbar, of game toolbars. This needs to happen before next fest. I want to do a new layout of this toolbar here. That's what I want that to be. Okay. So sorry, just getting set up to interesting. Okay, so let's look at what I am going to be fixing today. So this is the create tile tool, and I've got a lovely delete tool here as well. The visual styles are not finished yet, but there's also a snap tool, and it's sort of got this visualization of the grid going on, and this all works great. But if I start placing tiles, you can see, like, this kind of happening. So this is just the mouse cursor is still doing all kinds of nice grid snapping, but the snapping needs to be snapped to the tile. Like once you hover on a tile, it needs to be somewhat. Oh, yeah, hang on. Yeah, it needs to be snapped to the tile a little bit. And it gets a little sloppy when you go to, oh. Yeah, like elevation tool doesn't come up anymore. And I do need to add some mouse over states in a couple places here. But, actually, hang on. I want to try something. I want to try... I think I need to turn off edge panning. Even if I'm going to turn it back on later, I think I might just turn that off. It's starting to drive me nuts when I'm in editor. Actually, maybe I'll just turn that off in editor entirely. Maybe. Maybe that'll be my first task today. But I wanted to just try bringing this up here and bringing the scene view down here. Yeah, might be a little better for my workflow. Yeah, so I'm worried this is gonna be a complex problem actually with the snapping. There's also another instance where I don't like how it's... Oh wait, why am I not even able to move? No, it's kind of working. This might be a tough problem. Which doesn't make it a good starter task for today. Is snapping even worth it? Is snapping even worth it? Oh, 1 second. I just got a quick call. Sorry, just got a call from my partner. She's gonna bring me some coconut water. Okay, so where should I start working on this? So I think the logical place that I look at first is the cursor handler. So I think part of the problem might be I think part of the problem, or is, What is the problem here? Like, the problem is, when do I snap the position? Because that position is needed. Like, I need the position from the mouse in both snapped and unsnapped formats. So how do I want to do this? I think if I go look at like the input data struct, yeah, I'm doing a lot of like, is this snapped kind of shenanigans, and maybe that's not how I want to do it. Maybe I want to instead do like a position and a snapped position. So instead of this, ooh, except this is going to cause problems. Instead of this, I want to do snapped position. Like so. So then this would be this dot snapped position equals math s dot round. What? Math s dot. Where are you? There we go. Round int position. So instead, I'd want to do that. And then it's up to other things to figure out. Yeah, it's up to other things to figure out if it should be snapped or not. So, hang on. Why is input data complaining? Why are you complaining? This snapped must be assigned upon. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so there's that. Done. Done. And let's go back to the cursor handler, because this is probably going to break a bunch of things. So snap input doesn't matter anymore. Oh wait, I'm using .snapped int. Let's just make it consistent. Position snapped int. Yeah, because it's kind of an interesting problem, because I only care about snapping on X and Z. I don't care about snapping on Y. Or do I? Do I care about snapping when they are elevating the building? Like, are they going to want to snap the roofs, like the ceiling, together? I don't know. So my thinking around this is fast becoming, is snapping more trouble than it's worth? Like, is this something I should be bringing in? Is this something I should be bringing in later? Is this something that's not essential for the demo? I think if this isn't an easy win, like if I just sort of do the few things I'm planning here and it's still really finicky, I think it gets cut. I think it gets cut for the demo. For the demo at least. Okay, so the position is just going to be that. I don't care about, hang on. Snap input, I don't care anymore. So then, actually, let's leave this. Leave this the same. It will need to do an update. We'll need to do an update to this state, I think. Does the input data come down? Yeah, the input data comes down in... Comes down. So, what am I... What's going on in my brain? What do I want this to do? It always needs to be on the grid. So it should always be... Yeah, so it should always be attached to the base of a tile if it's over a tile. Okay. Okay, so snap input, I don't care. Is that side, that's fine. So this basically is just always the hit point, and every time it's making an input data, it is snapping it on its own. So you have both positions. You have the snapped and you have the unsnapped. And maybe I should go as far in this input data. Like I've got a target. I can get the target's grid position. I can do that snapped. Like I could do like get target position, like get target grid position. Something like that. Like that. So that would be like snap. I don't know, let's leave it there. So you're always thinking about it snapped. So this would return new vector 3 or if snapped. Let's just make this a little readable. If snapped, return new vector 3, which is target. Target.transform.position, which then means if target equals null, return default. That might cause some problems. Changing up music here. Okay, so this is going to be pose.x.snapped. Oh, do I not have snapped int for integers? Okay, fine. Mathfs. Mathfs, snap. Snap. Thought I'd already done this. No, but like I'm just gonna hang on. That's done. That's done. I don't need. What am I actually doing in the vector free extension or snap? Snapped int. Oh, I'm just doing mathf or yeah, mathf ground. That's fine. Ground int pose.x pose.y and mathf.round int pose.z. Oh, actually, no, this is always 0. Anyways, okay. So anything else using is snapped. Snap input. What is using this? Initialize input, snap input false. Okay, it's updating the toolbar. It's good. Okay, so I think if I go into snap visual state, this should still be turning on and off. It's being updated. Transform grid position. I guess this just needs to know. Okay, so hang on. If foreground.target is null, or is not equal null. So we have a foreground target, so that means, hang on, void set cursor position vector 3 pose. Just because I might do some animation stuff here later, let's pose. Okay, so if there's no target, that means we have a foreground target, so that means set cursor position is going to be foreground dot grid get target grid position snapped true. If there is no target, then it's going to be set cursor grid position. Basically the same thing, but instead of foreground, it's going to be the grid position, which I guess, no, that's right. Okay. I think that might solve the problem. Because everything else, like basically there's no snapping in the main position now. It's only both positions are passed through, which means the input state just determines which one it wants to use. Yeah, I think this might actually solve a lot of these problems, but I'm still seeing something wrong somewhere. Grid input handler. I don't even think I use this anymore. Oh, and my partner just got home, so I'm gonna be offline for a second, probably. Not offline, I'm gonna be right back in a second. Okay, so I think that was, nope, I've still got some errors going on here in on-grid state. Bool snapping enabled, grid is snapped. Do I do anything with this? If snapping is enabled, grid. So this actually is going to instead be cursor. Snap input. So, I don't know, I feel pretty confident this is going to fix a bunch of problems. So this might have ended up being low-hanging fruit altogether. So, okay, so we got a tile. Let's, oh. I mean, it's kind of working. It just doesn't have the on-grid state. It's just me. It's just me, right? Just me. Oh, good. I've Okay, we're back. So this is kind of working. It's just not doing it on the grid collision. So that might be going back to the cursor handler. And when am I doing the update of the snap visuals? If snap input, update, foreground input data. Should still be running this. Should still be running this, right? Hang on. I don't think I changed anything that would stop it from... This all works the same. Yeah, this all works the same. So if snap input, update the state. Let me just check this again. If show hide. If Facebook target does not equal null. Foreground, get target grid position grid. Oh, wait a minute. The grid. Hang on. Yeah, I think I know what's going on here. This is not set cursor position. This is actually grid dot snap position, because it's going to return out of that because the target is 0, 0. Like the grid handler transform position is 0, 0 because it's in the middle of the map. So snapping, nope, still 0, 0. Why is that 0, 0? Grid snap position. Input data. Position snap to int. Get target if target equals null. Okay, let's just. I'm just going to do some debug log shenanigans here. Debug log grid dot snap position. Just see what's going on here. Oh yeah, you know, just a light little bug to start my day. Ends up being an hour of work. Okay, snap. Oh, that's not even hitting that. Wait, is that because the state is not being updated at all? Around get target grid position. Oh, but the foreground is still going to be right. I think this is because the foreground, if you're over the grid, the foreground is actually hitting the grid handler. So that would actually serve up a vector 3.0. Yeah. On tile. Ops. Okay. I don't think I have is grid here. We're gonna target, try get components. Grid handler, grid. Out. Why are you complaining about grid? Oh, because it's the same time. Grid handler. Flipping this around. I'm not crazy about the get component lookup. Like every frame, but okay, there we go. Grid now works as planned. Click a thing. All those tools still work. Ooh, there's a bit of jank in there. Bit of jank in there. Okay, so if it gets component and no, it needs cursor needs to potentially know if the current input state is allowing state change. So let's go to cursor handler. Or does that matter? Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, like if you do it slowly, it's fine. It's just if you do it fast, it might get janky because the mouse is... Oh, right. What is the move tool? Move tool makes sense. It's just it's not snapping it like I think. So let's go fix that. At least get one of these problems figured out. So move tile state, blah 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 blah. This is getting the cursor handler. So update state, moving, move, grid position. So this is cursor, snap input, grid dot snap position, or the grid position. I think that should do it. This actually, this new approach also solves this problem of the threshold. Like you have to try to move it a certain amount before it actually starts moving, just so you're not doing like little pixel nudges by accident. So, move. Yeah, now it snaps. And I think undo, yeah, it should be working properly. But I don't like the visual presentation of the grid. I don't like the visual presentation of a lot of things. Like the move tool also doesn't do much for me. Yeah, like the dimensionality isn't working for me. Like I think it needs the same like bright and dark treatment that the move tool has. Like the arrows are dimmer when they're behind geometry. Maybe I need to do that. And I think elevate needs to also snap. I think this answers the other question. So this should be getting the cursor handler coming in. Yeah. So is elevating, set elevation, new elevation, input data. Get elevation from cursor. The question is that doing any snapping? It is clamping. Okay, let's do tool snap. Pose. Snap elevation pose dot round to int or pose. I think that does it. So we'll snap. So then this needs to do cursor dot snap input. I'm not feeling good that this is going to work right away. I think that's not the right place to snap. Or maybe it is. Yeah, it's still behaving the way I think it would be. I'm really tempted to change this grid presentation right now. It's starting to feel messy. Like you're losing the sense of dimensionality with it. Okay, so this is the next thing I need to fix. But like the elevation snapping worked as expected, which is cool. At least I think it did. Yeah, it's still going through all the changes. It goes through all the state changes, so that seems to be working just fine. Okay, so I need to solve this other problem, which is the snap visual state needs to... There's something else here, so I need to go to cursor handler. Like, there's just one more logic check it needs to do. Okay, so actually I want to go to the on tile state and allow state change. Okay, so that's being passed up. So cursor handler, there's a private state machine. So I think I'm looking. Is tile tool active yet? Or sorry, tool. Is the tile tool active? So this will be going to return what do I want to return? Return config dot on tile state. I think that's it. The problem is null is going to return. It's going to return false. So hang on, I might need to just do a bit of if config dot on tile state dot state. Well, maybe I should do that down here. So state machine. If state machine dot state equals null, return true. Otherwise, return whatever the current state wants. So yeah, this is just a Boolean allow state change that the individual cursor state can basically say like, hey, I'm doing something, like the button's held down, player's doing stuff, and I don't care about changing the state because the player's doing something. I don't want to switch off that context. So I think I should be able to use that to tell the cursor state to just like, hey, don't move. So, or tell the snap cursor state. So if it is on the grid and, or wait a minute. If it's on the grid and cursor dot, what's the name of the field I just made? Oh, is tile tool active? And the tile tool is not active. Otherwise, this is not going to be This is not going to work either, because the foreground is going to change to the grid. Well, maybe it'll work. Let's just see. Nope, that broke it. All tool active. I think this is just getting flip around, allow state change. Or allow state change. I think that's probably what's going on. Yeah, that Boolean, just the wording of it was flipped. Just I was looking for a true statement when I'm actually looking for false. Okay, so grid, this is working again. Boom. Elevate. Still jumping around a bit. Yeah, I think that's because, yeah, it's flipping to, oh, now the thing in the foreground is the grid. Is there another position I can use for this? The foreground. I could keep track of the target here. But maybe just cursor handler should have target. Actually, does the, where's my abstract cursor state? Update. Position. I could add a target here. Like I could add something that allows the state to pass up, like, hey, I'm operating on a target. I think I'm just going to implement it up here. Just because it's a one-off thing, I don't think it needs to be everywhere. Okay, like, cursor, target, get, set. that. And then this one would be set cursor position. Cursor.current transform. Looks like it would need to be snapped. This is not, I'm not crazy about it. Oh wait, I'm not, nothing is setting that operation target. Elevate tile state. Oh, wait a minute, I'm in the wrong thing. Elevate tile state. Maybe. Feels like a dumb solution, but if it works, it works. Okay, that looks good. Okay. Move. Oh, no, that's... Well, I'll come back to that one. So that's probably just I have to do the same thing in the move state. But... Oh, that's weird. It's like the wrong... thing entirely. Okay, well, I'm gonna roll back this last thing that I did. And I think I'm gonna tackle this later. I'm gonna get rid of this current operation target. I want to think about this problem a little bit more. This is just gonna be set to the current foreground position like it was. And elevate tile, just gonna ignore this. I think this was the best version of it. Let's just make sure this was actually still good. Yeah, so if you move the mouse too quickly, it's definitely getting messed up. Which is the same for this. Just getting... It's just resetting to 0. So this tool still has some bugs. I mean, it's a general thing too, like sometimes if your mouse gets too far ahead of the object, again, I don't know how that even happens really, but it will drop out of the move state. Take a moment to mess around in photo mode. Actually, hang on. This needs to be a little more interesting. I definitely need to do some work on the movement speed when you're up this close. It's a little fast. Okay, so that oh man, I didn't even was even watching the YouTube chats. I'm sorry. Okay, so mostly working, except for that one little quirk, which I need to think about a solution for, but that's okay. We'll just continue working without snapping for now. Okay, so rotation, I think, is going to just be in the middle. So I might need to reduce the hotspot size of the elevation and the move tools. So let's go look at the tile container. Yeah, right now they're elevator is 0.5 and the mover is 1. So that's basically a whole tile at the base level. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and work on this rotation tool thing. Come back to this other problem. But maybe I'll just add a bit of detail to... Actually, I'll add it to the code directly. To fix when a tool is active, but mouse is over grid, e.g. elevation. This is causing the snap visuals to jump around during tile operations. Basically, just when a move tool is active, it needs to just lock. It needs to lock the whole thing. It needs to lock the whole state machine, including the snapper. Excuse me. Which actually means maybe I should just be passing, like I should be passing more things through this update state. I'm ordering coffee. We're all ordering coffee. Hopefully it doesn't end up on the ground like my iced tea. What is this bullshit? I reached the coffee section, the first thing is hot chocolate. Thank you. Hot Americano. Large. This is my favorite thing on a hot day. Yeah, so I think I just need to start passing... yeah, I need to start just passing more information down with this. Like, this is great. This is what the input is doing, but there's also this other state of what the hell the tool might be doing. And I think this might be the easiest way to pass it down rather than having it do a bunch of spaghetti to find out with the tools if it's active. Oh, this might be easy. No, I'm just going to move on to the rotation tool. So, rotation tool, I think is going to be the default tool, like if you're not in the move zone or the elevator zone. So there's like a anywhere in the midsection. So I think what I want to do is like this, like the move zone is now 0.5. Except this might actually need to be there might need to be some scaling here with a minimum. Let me just see how this feels. So the mover, there's like an area. Is there an area in the middle here? Oh, this is weird. Oh, did I not save that? Save. Okay, so yeah, there's an area. There's an area in the middle now. Okay, so let's set up the visuals for this. I'm just gonna bring this up here. And we're gonna go into the cursor. We're going to, this is a on tile tool, and it's gonna be actually pretty similar to the move tile. It's gonna be rotate tile. It's not gonna be move state, obviously. And I'll just leave it all bright for now. And this actually could just be the triangles. Maybe I'll just, yeah, make it the triangles for now. Just until I got this working. But for this one, I actually do need to... I do need to use my brain a little bit. Yeah, it's gonna be top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, because it's going to need to dynamically move to meet where the middle of the collider is, which is fine because I'll have a bounds center. So I guess, okay, so before hooking this up, I guess I need to start by building, I need to go to the tile elevator. Actually, no, move tile is probably a better one, the tile mover. And let's just go here, let's just grid tile rotator. Tile rotator, it does need that dynamic collider. But this time I am not using this because it's going to be the default. Yeah, so I don't need this anymore. This will be is rotating. But I don't think I actually use these Boolean checks anymore. Move anchor. This will be useful. Rotate anchor. Rotate, or tool anchor would be a better. Tool anchor. Going to be, there's actually a whole bunch of positions here that need to come through. So how do I want to send these positions across? I think it might just be like this, like vector 3, or actually let's set this at the tool anchor, leave this for now. So this is going to be bounds, or dynamic collider dot bounds center. Wait, why is that not a vector? Oh, because that already is a vector 3. Nice. There might be some rotation to do there, but I think that might be fine. I actually think I'm just going to do a camera move here, if you don't mind. And then maybe... actually, no. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so is rotating tool anchor on validate. I hate that I'm doing this, but this will be rotate new rotation. So there's basically like 3 positions I want to get. I want to do bottom or top left, top right, top right, bottom right, bottom right, really, bottom left. Get anchors, or get sub anchors. So this is going to be top left equals new vector 3, Uh, top left. Okay, so this is going to be, sorry, I just need to think this. New vector 3. New vector 3, so this is going to be the x and the y needs to be, bounds. This needs to be bounds dot extents or max dot x bounds dot center dot y, and then bounds dot max dot z, I think. So I think then what I want is right, bottom right, turn TL, TR, BR, BL. But these are different spots, but that may not matter. Like the exact positions don't matter. Or I don't care if it's literally the top left. It's 4 positions. That's all it is. So max, then this will be min, and then this will be min, min, and min, max, min, min max, min max. I think that makes sense. We'll see how it does when we build the next script. This this one we're gonna hook up later. We're just gonna get the actual visuals working first, and the new rotation is gonna be quaternion ruler. Or yeah, new rotation. Yes. Wait, do I have a rotation in here? I do. I mean, I guess. I guess storing it that way is fine. It's only when I think about how many times it's switching back and forth between quaternions. Like, should it be serialized as a quaternion? Probably set up a serialized quaternion class, but anyways, container.data rotation equals new rote, and where am I doing on tile? I mean, it's not including anything, so I think it just calls the same thing. Okay, so that'll go on. So now I need to go back to the on tile state. And let's go back. I'm going to be modifying this into the rotate state. Rotate file state. Rotate file state. Probably. I'm wondering if I should make it a whole new command type, or if it should be included in move command, like if I should include rotation in that. back to that. Okay, so this is now going to be tile rotator. This is going to be vector 3 origin rotation. Tile reached move. It could probably be the same. Oh, except I don't want. I lied. I want this one. This is going to be based more off the elevate tile state. Rotate tile state. Origin rotation. Just because I don't want to deal with quaternions at the moment. Rotator. Reach tile container tile rotator. Origin position. I guess this is actually origin rotation. Rotation. Rotator. Tile. Dot. Course. I mean, I guess we tile that transform dot rotation dot Euler angles rather. Pose move anchor. This is gonna be. Oh god, and is the snapping also gonna need like 15-degree increments or something? Tool anchor. This is just going to be the same as this. Repeated. It's inefficient, I know. Okay, then it's going to animate the tool opening up. So enter state, that's going to stay the same. Origin rotation. I don't think this matters. I guess it's resetting it for next time. Okay, so I'm going to kill this for now. So the other thing this is going to need is, it's getting a bit messy, but serialized field, private, transform, anchor TL, anchor TR, anchor bottom left, anchor bottom right. Okay, so I'm going to just come back to this. Wait, why is this still the mover? Yeah, I need to bring some stuff over from elevate state. Like, I'm going to need this whole thing. But with different normals. Because it's going to be a horizontal move instead of vertical. Anyways, let's just get the actual tool visual working first. So let's finish up what we're doing here. So tile rotator. So update state. Actually configure. This is when we should set the anchors. So set tool anchors. Which I'm just going to pass the tile rotator in. So our pose equals rotator dot get sub anchors. So then the anchor top left position is going to be pose dot TL. Let's do this a few times. Top right, bottom left, right. TR BL BR. Okay, so I'll update those, and I can do this on enter state, I think. So it's also going to update. If I'm moving, it needs to update their position. But first, let's, okay, so what did I just call this? I call this set tool anchors. Set tool anchors with the rotator. Oh, okay, rotator. Whoops. It needs to do this before it does all these. This might be a little funky on the first go, but we'll start somewhere. Okay, so let's go back to the tile rotator because I broke something here apparently. Missing semicolon. We're not actually doing any rotation yet, which is fine. So there's that. So now we actually have to put this in the on file state. We need to hook this up. So private rotate tile state, rotate state. And yes, this is going to go to the evaluate state. So if the tool is create tile, and if tile try get component and tile rotator, we don't need to do this check because there's no hot zone. It's just the fallback for anywhere else on the tile. So if state machine does not equal rotate state, rotate state, rotate, rotator, rotate state. Okay, so I think once we hook things up over here, we should be good. I'm gonna want to change the visual treatments because these are actually, maybe am I overthinking this? Maybe it should be extents. Like the problem is this is not going to, these arrows aren't going to be rotated the right way. Whatever. Rotate. Tile state. Top left. Top right. Bottom left. Bottom right. On tile. Rotate tile. I'm just going to change the colors of these just so I can see what I'm doing. I'm also going to this. Okay. The rotate tool. What are you even doing, man? That's a bit weird, but okay. Okay, so create a tile, and it's not working. Love to see it. It just is not enough room. Like, it's not even turning on at all. And you know why it's not turning on? Because I didn't actually add it to the tile container. Tile rotator. No. Oh, there's something. I can see. Okay, so it's there. It's not using the correct position for things, but it seems to be. Oh. It seems to be very incorrect. What is the position? This thing that's getting. Oh, what? Right, because this needs to. Yeah, it needs to set. Needs to set this every time, so rotator dot tool anchor, and this needs to be the tile rotation. Okay, so that should at least get it snapped. So let's just make sure this is snapping here. Okay, there we go. So actually, I want to just change these to be always. Yeah, like it's not great, but what I want to do now is root component sphere. Be a sphere. It's gonna be a sphere. And opaque. Always medium radius 0.1 meters. Let's see how this looks. maybe need to be a bit brighter. Okay, so brighter 1, and disk. Oh, look at this. Let me take the disk from the. Let's make it solid. Yeah, I don't know. Good enough for now. Except actually, I want to come in a bit more. Maybe not that much. .61. That's actually basically where it was. Let's just bump these up a little bit. HDR front. And again, I'm going to put this through a bit of a visual tweak pass later once all the tools are in, but that's a little bit better. So the idea now is we got to bring in the plane tool. Not the plane. We need to bring in the plane math setup that I was using for elevation, so that when you click and hold this, it will click over here. Oh yeah. Hang on, there's a thing. Yeah. So that's not this. The bounds center is not the actual position that I want, because the bounds center is potentially from a piece of art that is like embedded in the ground. So actually what I want is the center of the center between the top anchor and the top anchor and the floor. It's not current bounds dot center. It's current bounds dot. I can't remember. Is Max giving me a position or a size? I'm gonna think it's this. Oh wait. What do I want to do here? I want the max. Or do I? Hang on, let me think through this. Pose equals new vector 3 position, which is going to be I want the center. Wait, what am I get dynamic collider dot top anchor. Yeah, let's do that. Get min-max. No, wait, that's not what I want. It's different. How is elevator doing it? Elevation range. Range. Where is it getting the tool anchor? The top anchor as well. This is. What is this doing? This is plus vector 3. What's the center? So I think it's almost like 0. I'm just adding extra brackets just to be sure. I mean, it doesn't seem to care. order of operations is correct. Okay, so, and return pose. I think that's right. I think that's right. This game, no. Dynamic current balance set. Actually, I don't care about the center. No, this is not right. 3 up. This is actually, so that's the top position. So basically I want to get the halfway point between that and 0. So basically, no, I don't want to do, I just want to do our half pose, which is new vector 3, top pose dot x, top pose dot y times 0.5, and then top pose dot z. That's what I want. I think that's what I want. Let's try it. I think that's what I want for the position. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, those are still good. They're still going to be incorrect. These I need to actually work around. This is bounds. And I also want the tool here. This might just be tool anchor. That's all this is. Yeah, that's all it is. I should probably adjust the ring based on the extents, but that's fine. I mean, I could do that for all the tools, actually, which would be kind of cool. Okay, so let's make it rotate. So the idea being the same way I hold this and drag vertically, I want it to be rotating I want it to be rotating at whatever speed that I set without accounting for any Y position. So let's kill this. And now let's tile or elevate tile state is going to have juiciness. This is the thing I need. And I am kind of repeating myself a little bit, but it's fine. So this is going to need, yeah. It's the dumb name, but whatever. Okay, this needs get rotation from cursor, and cursor position, new elevation. So this actually becomes like new rotation. And I guess I hate dealing with rotations. But let's just get, okay, so I also need the inputs, I need input service going on here. This is just my central singleton for a lot of input utility. Okay. This is going to be fun. Leader top anchor dot y. I think this is rotator dot top anchor or tool anchor. Why? I think the plane is still the same. I'm just going to be flipping around. Yeah, I'm going to be flipping around the X and the, or the, yeah, the X and the Y. Okay, so tool anchor. Okay, so I should probably just have it do this once. So rotator, or tool anchor equals rotator dot tool anchor. Just so it's not calculating this too many times. It's going to normalize the direction, and then we need to do building plane from there. Okay, so now it's going to do a raycast. It's going to get a point. It's going to be elevation position point dot y. No. Tool anchor dot y point dot x. Tool anchor z. FS in there. This is now rotation position. We're going to deal with snapping later. Actually, this doesn't need a clamp. This actually, yeah, this does not care about clamping. It should just rotate infinitely. I'm gonna make a change here. I'm gonna that red border. Like, I feel like my viewers have dropped off ever since I added that red border. So we'll see as an experiment. So I'm not doing anything with this yet. So let's bring this back in. Update state. Okay, so this is now get rotation from cursor. Rotator is rotating. Rotator dot rotate input data dot do wait. Rotator dot set elevation, new elevation. So why are you a rotator? Okay. I'm going to come back to this. So now this is rotator to rotate. That's good. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. I'm going to come back to do that. To do rotation command. Don't care about updating indicator. This is now false. And it's gonna, the position doesn't change. It's only the update the anchors. Okay, well, let's, before I forget, I'm just going to do a debug log on this for now. Let's just see if we're getting the right kind of value. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I might need to think about this edge panning again. Oops. Right. It's getting a little confused if you go off the screen. Oh, it's actually weird that it's confused if you go off the screen there, but oh, that's because it's going over the toolbar. Right. Well, okay. So I need to implement some kind of speed control. I think I'm going to do that here. Serialize rotation speed. When it passes this through, this is going to be times rotation speed. Okay, so now we actually have to set this up. I think this is probably going to be not rotate around. I think it's just very simple addition. Yeah, I think it's just transform.rotate. Let's try this. Transform.rotation or transform.rotate. What do I have here? Axis, angles. I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. Let's see. I feel like this is going to go a bit crazy. And let's set this to 4, 5, 5, 10. 10. Bucket 10. Okay. 3. Yeah, that's not what I want. Transform.rotation equals quaternion Euler I mean, it's going to be 0f, and it's going to be new rotation. It's going to be 0f. And I think this is negative as well. Because it was going the other way. Let's make this 30. Oh, interesting. It's actually kind of funny how the indicators are like bouncing in and out. It's not quite right. There's a little jump there that I don't like. Origin rotation. I think this actually needs to be origin rotation at Y. Yes. I think that is probably more what I'm trying to do. What's it doing? It's original rotation. So that's its original world rotation. And after was released this frame, this actually needs to set it back to. This needs to reset to new original in case they click again before they leave. Transform and set position and rotation. Tool anchors. Actually, maybe this is not needed. So let's see here. Okay, so that, give me that. Did that jump? Jumped a little bit. Right, because when you click, it needs to. The original click. Hang on. I'm missing a step here. So is pressed, was release this frame. When it enters state. There's another thing here. Original rotation is something. Yeah. Because it actually needs to do this. Why can't I think? Okay, so original rotation is going to be that. I need this. So the origin rotation is going to be Y. had it. I had it in my brain for a second. The elevation of walk. I had it in my brain. It's not bad. Where's the move tile state? No, where's the elevate tile state? I think there's one other step I need to do on this one, which is if cursor dot primary input was pressed, like I need that first click. Origin position, or the origin rotation, is going to be vector 3 origin rotation dot x input data dot new elevation or no, do it like this. Origin rotation dot y plus that, and then 0. I think that'll do it. I think that'll do it. I think that makes sense. It's just the problem is like it's getting the original rotation when you first mess over the tile, but the actual original position that you want is when you first click to initiate the move. Like that's the start point. Because what it's doing is like it's rotating to the position of the mouse on that click. So, oh no, it's still doing. No wait, I'm doing something wrong. Actually, almost hang on. Float, click start. This it wants to be click start dot. Or no, it needs to be input data dot new elevation. Click start. That, and before I forget, this should be new rotation now. So that would be I think it's going to be click start. Wait, plus click start minus or no, input data. Click start. Click start. I think that's it. Except it might be backwards. I might need to just reverse that. Okay, there we go. It doesn't get the jump when you first click anymore. It's just backwards, like I said. So just extract it instead. Not entirely decided where I want to do that reversal, but for now we'll keep it there. Because I guess that's very subjective to what the input state is. Okay, so this should, there we go. Rotation, working. Hey Warner, good to see you. First time here. What's up? What you working on? I am working on a Cyberpunk city builder called Dystopika. It's actually up on Steam right now if you want to check it out. It's pretty simple. It's not like a full city simulation. It's just intended to be just a make your own little Blade Runner city and relax in it kind of thing. If you've ever seen a game like Townscaper, it's kind of the same idea, but with a heavy like sort of cyberpunk aesthetic to it. So I'm gearing up to release a demo in a couple of weeks, and in a in a total not best advice, or what am I trying to say? Upcoming demo, and I've decided to refactor a bunch of the game's core input systems. So that is what I'm working on right now. So yeah, it's yeah, thank you. I'm glad you think it looks cool. So it's originally very sort of grid based, and I'm moving away from that. So when I did playtesting, everyone sort of was like, oh, like it'd be nice to do stuff off the grid and have a bit more control over things. So what I've been doing recently is basically taking the whole game off the grid system, and now it's completely open. You can place tiles everywhere, you can move them around, and I've replaced a lot of the systems for like building like tall buildings. Like when I did the wish listing, or not the, sorry, thank you for the wish list. When I did the playtesting, everyone wanted to build tall buildings, and that was like obvious because it's big cyberpunk cities. So I've created this like new draggable system and moving systems, and yeah, sorry, I've been in deep programming mode for the last hour, so my brain is mush, but I do appreciate the wish list. There will be a demo coming out soon. So I just added a rotation tool. So now you can rotate the tiles as well. I need to hook it up to do the undo redo on that, but requested the demo too. Cool, thank you. Yeah, so that's going to be a part of Steam Next Fest, which is coming up in February. So that's probably going to be a demo that's going to be ready about mid-January and then released as a part of Next Fest. Cool, thank you. Yeah, I'm just using some placeholder buildings and stuff right now, just while I refine these core input systems. But yeah, I've got a lot of art that'll be plugged back in once I have these sorted out. I don't want to have to go through like 50 tiles and like redo a bunch of stuff on how they are implemented until I know how it's going to work. So yeah, so looking forward to getting it back into these kind of finalized aesthetics, but really happy with some of the work that's been going on the last little while. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of play testing, and I saw just everyone wants to build tall buildings, so I've simplified that. But also to build cyberpunk cities, it's a lot of like density. So I've sort of recreated how the ground level of the game works, and it now does this whole dynamic density thing. So as you build tall buildings or you put them closer together, the ground of the city sort of spawns low-lying buildings, so you don't have to build everything. And it's less like snapping Legos now, and it's more like sculpting the city, which I don't know, for me feels a lot better and natural. So very good. So yeah, I'm glad you think it looks cool. It's been a labor of love for the past couple of months, just while I've been traveling in Southeast Asia. So I've just been working out of one backpack, working on this casually, and it's only really become like a full-time effort in the last 2 or 3 months, trying to get it to demo state. So, yeah, it's been a fun project. And how about you? Are you also a game developer and perusing the software game development category? And yeah, there's going to be a pretty crazy photo mode, which is in here right now. I need to do some revisions to it, but yeah, it's going to be building a fun city, taking pictures of it, and enjoying the ambient soundtrack, which is muted right now. Oh, why is the sun? Oh. Yeah, there's some photo mode stuff I need to sort out. The sun rotation is a bit broken. Also a dev industry for quite a bit of time now, mostly as a tools developer. Yeah, that's cool. Like bigger studios, like sort of as a technical designer, technical artist kind of dude. You want to play it now? Cool, man. That makes me feel good. I've been making it in such like a small little bubble, except for small play tests, that it's good to hear that from people. But yeah, I'm trying to avoid like game mechanics. Like it's not intended to be like a city simulator, but I am trying to sort of keep my eye on like modability. So like all the game's content is configured by XML stuff right now, and hoping to have like really good mod support for it down the road. So if someone wanted to build a city simulator inside of it, they definitely could. Like there is some like data there that you could repurpose for a city simulator. Like there is sort of a heat map on the city to do the dynamic density. There is going to be some sort of zoning, like it's when you place buildings, like it could just be fully random, but I want it to be grouped, like, oh, I want to build residential, or I want to build business, or I want to build industry. So you could repurpose a lot of that into a city simulator if you wanted to, but yeah, focus more on chilling. Yeah, like it just come make a cool little cyberpunk city in like 20-30 minutes, enjoy the ambient music, and yeah, and then move on to something else. So yeah, I'm excited. It's been a fun project, but it's also been way more complicated than I thought it would be. Have you worked on any games that you can talk about? It always is with game dev. Yeah. Yeah, like I thought when I hit this stage and took these screenshots and it was this like tile system, it would have been, it was basically done. But then I did a bunch more playtesting and thought, you know what, I've got a better idea for this. Because it was feeling too uniform, too samey. And I don't know, people wanted to control more stuff. So been rebuilding all of those tools. But the game feel is just so much more better now, in my opinion. I have to do playtesting on this stuff when I'm done, but oh, wait a minute, let's rotate backwards again. Oh, wait a minute. Why is rotate backwards again? That works. Why is that backwards again? Backwards. It's the right way. That's the right way, but slower. Okay, I think my plane is in the wrong spot. Journey for the Crown. Thank you for the raid. It's good to see you. Yes, get raided. Please raid me. That sounds amazing. My last project involved mostly work for Stanford University. Nice, man. It's a branch doing VR games to help kids when they're at the hospital. It's cool. I actually did a lot of that work. Not like that exact kind of work, but a lot of sort of like serious game VR stuff for like training simulations for industry. I was doing that for a couple of years. Got bored of it, moved on to back to games, true games. But yes, welcome Raiders. Hello. I'm Matt. I'm working on Dystopika, which is a cyberpunk city toy. And not a city like simulator like SimCity. It's just a chill, relaxed, creative toy where you can build these procedural cyberpunk cities. Very inspired by games like Townscaper, if you've ever seen it before. And I'm working on a demo, getting ready for Steam Next Fest coming up in February. And I'm also like working on the road. I'm a digital nomad. I'm currently living in Indonesia, and I've been traveling the last year with just a single backpack and doing game development. So this has been my passion project for the last year. Only really been focused on it for the last couple of months. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm excited to get this demo out the door soon. LA the Blind Guy, good to see you. And yes, Journey for the Crown, thank you again for the raid. And yeah, so it's Unity based, and what I'm working on specifically right now is when I first started working on this game, it was very much inspired by Townscaper, and it was very grid based. So you sort of made the city like Legos, like you place a tile and then place another tile, and those tiles would react on things around you. The problem that I saw in playtesting was that cities felt very sort of uniform and plain, like all the buildings were sort of snapped along the same units, and it just didn't have a lot of variety. So what I've been doing over the last couple of weeks is moving everything over to a completely gridless system. So now you can place tiles everywhere, anywhere. You can elevate stuff up and down very quickly. And you can, I just added today, that's what I've been working on stream, is just tile rotation, which for some reason is backwards, which I need to look at. And I've also been building this whole dynamic density system. So as you build up buildings, as you put them close together, as you change their elevation, the city will build low-lying buildings around your tiles. And that came from the playtesting, where just you want to build a lot of buildings because that's the cyberpunk aesthetic. So I'm trying to meet players sort of halfway, where you build the major tiles in the buildings, but I will build a bunch of like low-level city around it, just to sort of get you to those big organic cities very quickly. And this is where it's at now. So just a lot of like core game feel polish before I start plugging all the new art back in. Yeah, I've been working on the road. So I've mainly been in Indonesia for the last couple of months. I've been in Thailand a lot. I usually go to Chiang Mai to work when I need to do visa hops. And I was in Japan for a month. I was in Vietnam for a month, going back to Vietnam in a couple months, in a bit actually, for my next visa run. But yeah, it's been an adventure. I sold everything I owned, got rid of my apartment in Toronto, and basically just reduced life to a single backpack and getting back to like independent game development. So this was a project I started in the spirit of getting back to that. Tried to do something, oh yeah, I could just build a little a chill Cyberpunk builder in 4 months, and I've now iterated on that several times, and it's been about a year. So you're located in the GTA? Oh, right on. Yeah, I lived up at Yonge and Eglinton, and I was like born in Toronto. Like I was born in Davisville Village. But yeah, I been back in Toronto for like 5 or 6 years before I came back here. I was living in Vancouver for a bit. Are you also working in game dev? Are you rating from the game dev channel, or are you rating from actually playing a game or something? Gotta figure out why this is rotating backwards again. I think it's just the plane normal is messed up somewhere. Because yeah, from this side it rotates properly. From the back side it goes the other way. So yeah, I've got just a plain normal that's backwards. It's weird. It should be facing the camera. Yeah, was in the game dev channel. I do it as a hobby, but it's been a long time doing that. Ah, right on. What kind of game are you working on in your hobby time? CRPG game called Journey for the Crown. Ah, makes sense. What's like the setting for the game? Here, let me. There, just gave you a follow. Fantasy wizards, warriors, that stuff. Well, that sounds fun. What engine are you working in? Unity? Right on. So if you're in the GTA, you're definitely doing a late night stream then. Because I think it's what, like almost 3 in the morning over there, right? Don't we just love Unity? Yes. Most of the time. Most of the time. I am excited for some recent changes at the leadership level on Unity side. Yeah, sorry, Journey, not to like chase you away. I'm always like hyper aware of what time it is in Toronto because that's where my friends and family are. But yeah, I'm very excited or not excited. I'm hopeful that Unity is going to refocus on its technical roadmap a bit. It's been, I don't know, trying to do too many things all at once. And I feel like the game dev side of it has kind of been sporadic and broken for a while. Remind you to work soon. I'm sorry. Welcome to my channel where I just buzzkill your entire life. Should be, yes, it should be a fun day tomorrow. Yeah, it's been frustrating. Like everything is like lots of cool new stuff, but it's all like very half finished, and I still feel like Unity kind of struggles with having never really made a video game internally, and they keep trying to start those initiatives, but yeah, I think they're kind of lacking a bit of secrets, a little special sauce that Unreal has, in that it's very production hardened. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's the numbering's gone back to Unity 6, especially since like my first game was like 10 years ago, and that was on like 5.3.8. So how long have you been streaming the hobby work? It's sort of a new thing I've just been doing for 2 or 3 weeks now, and I'm still trying to like navigate it and trying to find the balance between like doing the work and it being an accountability mechanism for me, but also it being entertaining, because I feel like me struggling to figure out the normal of this plane map is not the most entertaining content. For a few years. Nice. Yeah, like do you know Lana Lux? She's also in the Toronto area. Like she's been streaming for years and years now, and I've collaborated with her on some stuff. I think she's kind of like I think she's basically one of the bigger dev streamers now. Warner, thank you so much for that follow. Yeah, she's very popular. Yeah, it's I stop by her channel once in a while. I think it was just like when like we were collaborating on a bunch of stuff, and that was back when her channel was like 40, 50 people, and yeah, we chat a lot. And Journey, thank you for that follow as well. Eli the blind guy, also thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, actually, if you want to hear more about the whole like digital nomad thing, I did I was on her podcast. I can remember where that is. I think if I just go to my site. Yeah, I was on her podcast talking about travel and game dev and all that stuff. Yeah, I was chatting with her for an hour or so, just talking about how I got into this lifestyle, and I had to figure out stuff like what laptop I was going to travel with and what bag and all that fun stuff. Eli, yeah, I gotta head to bed. I think your lifestyle is super interesting. I hope I get to catch up with you another time. Yeah, so this is the first week I've actually had a schedule for the stream. I've been sort of experimenting with it for the first 2 weeks, and it's probably just going to be every afternoon. So this is 1 p.m. to 5 a.m. or sorry, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. my time. I'm gonna try to do that every day this week and see how that goes. I know it's definitely tough for people in the West, but I tried doing the middle of the night streams and it was just too hard for me mentally. I'm in sleep mode. And yeah, please ask me any questions about doing the digital nomad thing. It's very rare. I find I haven't met a lot of game devs doing this kind of thing, but yeah, I am somewhat plugged into the digital nomad space and get to meet a lot of people in Bali doing that in general. Yeah, it's really hard to keep grinding. Yeah, this was a fun project to work on the first couple of months because I was like traveling a lot and like the pressure really wasn't on. But if I was in like crunch mode like I am right now, like just trying to get a demo together, it's definitely hard when like your location's changing a lot and you're just working on like a single laptop with one screen. Now I'm a bit more settled. Like I've been in Bali for a bit and like I have a monitor and a bit of a stream setup. So I'm a little more consistent and like the context shift isn't as like when you have to jump on a plane and fly 8 hours and then go to a new workspace and like find a new Airbnb or an apartment, like it can be pretty disruptive to programming. So it's been nice just to be settled in one place for a bit while I do hard work. But yeah, Journey, I'll have to check out your game for sure. I'll probably keep an eye out for when you're streaming next. Why move around? I'm curious. I literally sit in the basement and code. I mean, it kind of comes with the digital nomad lifestyle. Like it depends what country you're in, but like some countries you have like 30-day visas, and in Bali I can be here for about 6 months. But just there's a necessity like to go, like you have to get out of the country at a certain point, so you're always kind of like unsettled. It's kind of hard to describe, but it's like you never have your nice productive workspace day in day out like for more than a couple of weeks. But now that I've been out here for about a year, I do kind of have like like I've got home here basically, but like I go to Chiang Mai, Thailand, and like I have a co-working space there that I like, and I can just sort of slide right into a productive vibe there. But when you go to a new place, like I'm going to Da Nang, Vietnam in a month or two, like that's going to be a new city for me, and it's just going to be like cognitive overload. And I think it's hard to go from that cognitive overload into like, okay, now I'm doing game programming. Like you kind of need to wait for your brain to settle down a bit, at least for me. But yeah, there is sort of like a highly dynamic nature to digital nomad life for sure that I'm still trying to figure out how to make it work with game dev. A couple years back, I was going. You were jumping city to city through the world every 6 months since our line of work allowed us. But then I met my now fiance, so I settled in a city. Yeah, that's partly why I'm settled in Bali. I need to figure out the longer term visa solution though. Hard time moving from the four monitor setup. Yeah, when I first left Toronto, like I missed my three monitor setup so much, but once I got in the groove of it, I actually started to appreciate like the focus it gave me, just sort of focusing on one thing at a time. That's all gone now because I'm streaming and doing this at the same time, but uh, I did appreciate how much focus that gave me, and I feel like it cut down on a bit of my like trying to do too many things at once. Do you get distracted? Yeah, it can be a lot for sure. I mean, like I just I don't know how growing up we did everything on like a 1024 by 768 CRT monitor. Like I don't know how I got anything done, or like I don't know 1280 by whatever that was, 1280 by 1024. I don't know how anything got done. And now I'm sitting with like a 1440p two 1440p monitors and like my Surface Pro, and I'm just like I need more real estate. I need more screen real estate. But it's been like a fun puzzle as well, just because I'm also very like I try to just travel with one backpack. Like I have no like checked luggage or anything. I just have my whole life in one 35-liter backpack. So it was kind of a fun like puzzle challenge when I wanted to start doing this, just to figure out how to get like my game dev like life into a single backpack plus clothes and everything. So just getting into like, okay, the best like 14-inch laptop I could get for this, and the right laptop stand and right mechanical keyboard, and things that like folded down, and like cables that would double as a billion different things. So that was a fun puzzle. And now I've gone back on that because I've got like a streaming mic and a streaming camera and a bunch of stuff. But I'll have to figure it out again in a few months when I go to Vietnam. I think I first like fell in love with working this way. I went to Iceland a couple of years ago and just stayed at a farm in the north for like a month. And it was the same setup, like just my laptop. And I like loved it. I loved it. I love like there was nothing to do. It was just on a farm, like hours from civilization, with the family there. And all I could do is just like work. And whenever I had a problem, like it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna go for a walk in the tundra, or like go for a walk and look at like the northern lights, and I don't know, I just really liked working with sort of a shifting background and shifting landscapes that would inspire me like that. Like partly just like this game came from spending a month in Hanoi followed by a month in Osaka and just loving those urban landscapes, and became a game. So anyways, I'm gonna try and figure out why my rotation is backwards. So I think that's probably coming from this. Is the plane? plane should be adjusting based on where the camera is, because it's doing this every frame. Yeah, like this plane is being regenerated every frame, and the normal direction is... Or is it? Adjusted. Maybe that's the problem. Is this normal is just not correct. Or it's not this, the positions I'm generating this plane from are not correct. Yeah. Is there a quick way I can opt to bed? All right, well, thank you so much again. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for chatting. Hopefully, I heard it was a nice weekend in Toronto. Like it had, like for December, it hasn't been too, it was like 10 degrees or something. So yeah, hopefully you have a sane day at work tomorrow. And yeah, I'll drop by your stream the next time I see you online. And yes, thank you for your well wishes on the demo. Next fest is coming up quick, and I've got lots of work to do. Cheers. Okay, so is there a quick way oh, whoops. I'm in demo mode. I should undo that. Hang on. Application installer. Full game. So let me just see if I can understand this problem a little bit better. Okay. So let me just make this big so I can see what's going on. Okay, so from here it's fine. If I go back here, it's reversed. Go to the side. So is that just based on where the original rotation is? That's the problem. Like if I place that there, go to the back. Okay, so that's backwards, but hang on. Let me try to do the camera move first. To the back. Up. Yeah, so the plane is just not adjusting to the camera normal. Which I guess I didn't notice before, because it doesn't matter what the normal is for elevation. It just cares about the y coordinate. Okay. Rotate tile state. Actually, I'm just gonna duck away for 2 seconds and refill my water. And we're back. I think I made a terrible mistake in basically chugging a cup of coffee before that raid. It was a bad time for me to be talking. My brain's going 6,000 miles an hour. Okay, let's figure out what's going on with this rotation tool being backwards. So I think I just want to bring in... where's this doing this after the point? I just want to do a draw line raycast here. Thank you, Warner. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for putting up with my brain on too much caffeine. I thought, yeah, sure, I'll upsize that coffee. Okay, what is happening? Oh, wait, is it because... probably because it's a world position? These are the problems I struggle with. This is where I definitely feel my lack of a computer science background. This is just like a vector math problem. Reviving an old prototype I worked on a couple years back when I was streaming because I want to make a full release out of it. So I'm reworking some of the old stuff to prepare for the new prototype. Cool, man. It's always exciting to bring like a prototype back once you've had like some time to think about it. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure how to fix this. Plane direction. I actually don't think the camera needs to be adjusted. I think that's just position. So actually, I don't even... do I want to keep that? Camera adjusted to the tool anchor, so that's the right direction. That's right. That's right. Normalized. So building plane, raycast. Right, so that's going to be a world point. do a bit of investigation here. This worked great for the tile elevation tool, but I think there was something fundamentally wrong with how I was doing this before. And I just didn't notice because here the plane normal doesn't matter as much because it's just Y, but now that I'm using it for rotation, like here it works fine, but it's so weird, like it's reversed, so like, and it's slow when you're looking on the side. Actually, hang on, let me just start again. Okay, so we've got a tile here. This rotates normally. Still rotating normally. Oops. Yeah, so when I look on the side, it's not going as much. So the plane normal isn't correct. So let's look at this. Debug draw. So actually, I think I want to, from the tool anchor, let's just confirm what the normal is. Direction. Let's just see what that plane normal is, make sure it's in the right spot. What's the prototype? Like any genre or type of game you're thinking about? And yeah, like why are you dusting it off? Just on your mind? Okay. I mean, that looks right. Now this should be facing me. Yeah. Okay, so the plane normal is correct. So I just must be flipping something around here. Something is staring at me right in the face. A 2D side-scrolled action game, but with fighting game mechanics. It's going to be a short action game. That sounds fun. Like sort of like is it getting into like sort of side-scrolling brawler kind of thing? Like I don't know, that old Ninja Turtles game, I guess Streets of Rage. But probably with like deeper like fighting mechanics, I imagine. Rotation position. Tool anchor. Why that said. Hang on, I want to see what this rotation position is. So I think maybe what's happening is the coordinates are coming in for world space, but they need to be transformed to local for the orientation of the plane. But I don't know. I feel like I'm just not doing that raycast to the plane properly, which unfortunately my theater background makes it hard to decipher what's going on. I think I just like beat that until it worked, not fully understanding why it was working. Mostly, or yeah, kind of exactly. Kind of and exactly. I mostly decided on it because I think it's time for me to release a game of my own. I've always worked for other people's games, so I figure I can put a couple hours a week. Yeah, I say go for it, man. Like, I'm doing the same thing. I've worked on, yeah, too many canceled projects, too many projects for other people that weren't, I don't know, that it hit problems beyond my control. And it's weird. Like, after 10 years in the industry, I feel like I've just got so much stuff that was like canceled or like NDA, like for the industrial VR stuff that I just can't talk about. And now I'm like 10 years in, I want to like, hey, I want to work on games. And they're like, but what have you released? And I'm like, I made this one game that did well 10 years ago for Windows Phone. But yeah, put a couple hours a week in. I'm getting really big into just like pushing it forward at least like a little bit every day. Not like a ton of work, but just like even on like my low energy days, like just sending an email or like like making an icon or something just every day. And I found like just creating that chain has like really helped in keeping things moving forward. Yeah, gazillion canceled NDA projects. Yeah, it's been frustrating, and it's why I'm just taking it into my own hands now, much like you are. Because yeah, it was just years of working so hard on stuff that no one ever could use, and it's annoying too because like you can't show that work to anyone now. Like you can't put it in your portfolio because you can talk about it in your portfolio, but you can't like point anyone to play it. And I've hired people, like I've been on the hiring table, I've been on the managing side of it, so I understand what people want to see stuff, but I don't know, nature of the industry is a bit annoying sometimes. It sucks because like the one game that like I worked on and was released, like it was on Windows Phone 8 and now it's like disappeared to time because that's not a thing anymore. Okay. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, let's look at this position. Okay, so X is okay, negative on the left. Yeah. I need to fix this so it's not canceling the rotate if it's on the toolbar. Okay, so negative, positive, positive, negative. It's so weird. I feel like it's just the plain normal is wrong, but yeah, like I think it was like the trap of like if you got into the VR industry, like if you shifted from games into VR like 2016, you kind of fell into this trap where just like everyone was doing stuff for a bit, but then it became apparent that the only like business viable applications of VR was like training simulation and like more B2B kind of stuff rather than like games and entertainment. So then you sort of fell into like working on all these things that like were NDA or like just for a specific client and never saw the light of day. And like, yeah, I fell into that trap. And I know others who did as well, like worked on VR stuff that just never got released. Because it was a great pitch, but like a ton of work. Okay, so I feel like what does this building plan give me? Turns copy that faces the other direction. gonna try something here. One sec. I just want to see if AI can maybe make out what's going on. Okay, hang on. Oh, and am I out of music? Oh no, I still got music. Okay. Okay, so camera adjusted. Camera transform direction 3 forward. I don't know if that's correct. New rotation. Camera relative. This doesn't make sense. But I'm actually just going to try this. Whoa, super fast. Whoa. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. Ooh, what's this? I'm gonna need to look at that. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Okay. Rotation position is actually, hang on. I want to just draw this debug or debug.draw. Excuse me. What am I wanting to do here? I want to move this debug draw line. I want to move this from the camera position to the rotation position. Actually, red is like the absolute worst color I can be doing for this. Everything is red. Just do this here. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I think I might need to turn off this edge panning. It's driving me nuts. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, whoops. Rotate over to here. Still right. Oh wait, no it's not. Yeah. Okay, hang on. So the plane is... come back over here. The plane is correct. Go here. It's barely moving. Here. So there's like... okay, so at least that visualizes the plane I'm fighting. Building tool anchor. And this is the direction. You got this, come on, thank you. Oh, it's so close. Okay, let me just look at where that is. Okay. So if I go here, it should be... yeah, I can see like there's a plane like right along the x-axis. If I go here, oops, it's not as apparent. So wait, what should the green line be representing again? Tool anchor, the direction. Oh, direction. I need to visualize that a bit more. Wait, the green line should be... That's the direction of the... That's the direction of the plane. I think I just figured it out. Okay. There we go. Move to the back. Oh, still backwards. Still backwards, but at least now I can see the... Yeah, I can at least see now that the plane is in the right spot. Not the plane, it was just a position that was wrong. So left, right, right. It's just backwards. So now I think it's just... What is it? What is it? It's staring at me right. It's right here. It's right here somewhere. Man, I just want to go back to debug log. Oh no, wait, it's not. That's weird. Why did my Control Z stop working? Control Z. Because it's not .x. It's not .x. It's what is it? I think maybe I'm looking for a dot product here. Nope. mind. It's still backwards. It's so close. It's so close. Transform point, rotation position, and then this maybe rotation X. Okay, it's good. Oops, wrong camera. There we go. All right, we're back. That was an incredibly dumb problem that I should have figured out sooner. There we go. Cool. Well, it took a while, but we got there. Oh, what's going on? Okay. All right. That's better. Okay, so there's still a null ref coming from somewhere. When is that happening? What's going on? Untrial state, evaluate state. Why would it not have a tile container? Oh, I think I see what's going on there. Okay. Ooh. Hey, what is it? Got carrot cake. Got carrot cake. Yeah, it's just I think maybe it just needs if foreground dot target equals null return. We'll just do one of those. Yeah, that seems to fix it. I think it was just... Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that was happening, but I think what was basically going on is the input data didn't have a foreground and it was in a state where it wanted one. So I think it's probably like if you're working on a tile and then you go off, but not back onto the grid, like onto one of these mountains, which doesn't have a collider. So it's just thinking it has a tile, but it doesn't. Okay. Rotate. Rotate. Elevate. I think the next thing I need to do is I need to get this hooked up to undo redo because I'm not using rotation in a lot of places. Like the delete tool has no concept of rotation, which actually might be easy to fix right now. Delete tools or delete file state. There must be a quaternion identity, which there is. I'm just actually going to go this tile container handler. Public quaternion rotation. Yeah, return transform dot rotation. Or no, let's actually link this up to the data. Data dot rotation, which means I want to go back to the tile rotator. Just applying that rotation, but we also want to set that in the container data.rotation. Should update the data, so then the tile, or the delete tile state, this should now just be tile.rotation, which you can actually change to world rotation just to be consistent. So I don't know, a lot of work just to avoid writing transform. Whatever. Okay. Do rotate. Cool, so now the delete tool is lined up. I'm still not sure if I like that little ring that goes up. But for now it's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all working. I might actually want to make this this line a donut, or not a donut, a torus, just so that otherwise so it doesn't disappear when you're looking at it from the side. But I think I'm gonna take like all these tools, like these elevation tools and everything, through a UI pass, and I want to rework. I want to rework all the UI because it's like months old now, and style has changed a little bit, or it's gotten more refined. This is some good carrot cake. So actually, let me just maybe get some data hooked up here, like tile data. So I've rotated it, so it's facing me. Oops. I'm gonna delete it. I'm gonna undo that. Whoa. Why did I feel like that did not restore to the right position? Okay. This is driving me nuts. Where am I doing edge panning? I'm just gonna get rid of it for a second. Camera. No, grid camera handler. Ground. Where am I doing? Is keyboard panning? Is keyboard rotating? Check for edge panning. We'll come back to that. I just felt like when I undid the delete on that tile, it restored it to a different place. At least that's what it looked like, but I might have moved the camera due to edge panning. I used to have a key thing set up so just pressing L would freeze the camera. I should bring that back. Okay. Whatever. Do a rotate. Delete. Or let me just rotate it. Remember? Actually, I'm going to do this. Screen cap. Just want to make sure it goes right back to where it was supposed to be. Okay. Delete. Undo. Okay, it's the same spot. I guess I just accidentally panned the camera a little bit. I also have to go back and revise. Actually, maybe I can do that as well too. But like right now, there's a bit of like Z fighting on this on delete tool because I mean, there's two meshes in the same spot. There should be Z fighting. I just need to go back and add a bit of a nudging in the shader. But cool. The wireframe effect looks good though. Might want to animate it a little bit. It's close. I'm almost done the entire new tool chain for creating and rotating and elevating and all that stuff. And it's sure been a project, much bigger than I thought it would be, but it feels so much better now. Like, this new dynamic density thing is so fun to play with. The one thing I can't really decide is how to handle or think about collision. Like, should I be able to overlap buildings like this? Or should that push the other buildings out of the way? I don't know. Like, I'm more worried about, like, oh, I've put, like, two buildings side by side like this. And, like, this looks normal, but if I go and elevate this one, it kind of overtakes the other. So I don't know if it should push the other tile away, but then what if it's like up against another big building and then it gets squeezed? So I think I'm tempted to just like leave it, like just, it's a fun way to like combine structures to make unique buildings. Especially if you go in and start adding like the billboards in and stuff. Having rotation done feels good. I was surprised. That shouldn't have been so much of a headache, but I didn't know I built the move or the elevation tool was not working properly, and I just didn't notice because this axis doesn't matter. Yeah. And I can't wait to plug in more art. Like, it's only just a small tile set right now. Like, it's just these tiles. I'm excited to see it with a bit more art and variety. But like I said, I had to do this first just because it changes how tiles get set up, and I wanted to just lock in how tiles are going to work before I apply it to like several dozen pieces of art. I actually like these little dots. Like this is just like a haphazard rotation visualization for the tool. I kind of like just the little dots. I think it's this like move tool I need to revise a little bit. I do wonder if it'll be intuitive though, like finding these hotspots, or if I need to have like another marker of some kind. I do need to add what do I need to add? There's a little bug here I'm trying to describe. What's, oh yeah, the move. I'm like, sometimes I go to drag and move and it doesn't do it, like almost like the mouse gets ahead of it and it doesn't follow. I think that might just be because I'm streaming and working at the same time. Like my frame rate's definitely chugging a bit here, and I think it's just it's missing the frame, and suddenly the mouse is outside the move hot zone and it just doesn't move. So that's fine. Anyways, I'm gonna call it a day for today, but thank you for hanging out. Warner, it was nice talking to you. Hopefully I see you again soon, and good luck on your hobby project. And yeah, if you haven't been following along, this is Dystopika. It's a chill cyberpunk city builder toy, and a demo is going to be coming to Steam in a couple weeks for Steam Next Fest, and I'll be streaming regularly, so I will be very excited to see you back again. And yeah, it's been fun hanging out today, solving annoying vector math problems, but all of the rotation stuff is working now. So yeah, all of the main tile editing tools are in place, so I'm getting close to being able to just plug content back in. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day wherever you are, and I'll see you next time.